Assalamualaikum and good day everyone. I am Associate Professor Dr. Rabiatul Adawiyah Ahmad Rashid. I'm presenting this speech on behalf of my colleague Prof. Munira Ghazali. We are from University Science Malaysia. So, I will be talking about community engagement with SDGs infusion during crisis, a proposed framework learned from COVID-19. Okay, to start, let us look at the role of higher education institutions in supporting SDGs. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs) was established by United Nations member states in 2015, address a wide range of concerns linked to socio-economic, environmental, and technological development applied to all countries around the world. However, the role of higher education institutions remained a gap in the implementation of SDG, and that was missing from the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals report compared to primary and secondary education enrollment and adult literacy. The higher education institutions, which began as a teaching and learning institution, growing to encompass the role of knowledge generation through research, and then the so-called third mission, that is engagement. As a result, higher education institution has been doing its three basic functions of curriculum and instructions, research and innovation, industry and community relation long before the United Nations adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. Conversely, SDGs may be mentioned in government documents as benchmarks. SDGs are not usually overtly used to shape higher education institutions' policy and practice. The policy review by Wan and Abdullah found the missing link between the extensive national policy in the case of Malaysia in addressing SDGs by pointing out the fact that the Malaysia Education Policy Blueprint Higher Education 2015-2025 was launched in April 2015 before the SDGs were adopted in the same year, that was in September 2015. Wan and Abdullah further emphasized that the fashionable trends for higher education institutions to associate their initiatives to SDG 4, especially Target 4.7, without serious effort on adaptation and adjustment in the SDGs indicated to better persist the ranking of the higher education institutions. A significant question for further exploration concerns to the extent in delving the strength, weakness, opportunity, and the threat that influence university activities, particularly in community engagement practices, to drive the SDGs implementation further. Another important signposting resonates with the COVID-19 pandemic, which has resulted in a global human and socio-economic crisis, possibly imposed a major limit towards the implementation of the SDG in higher education institutions as well. So let's look into community engagement during pandemic COVID-19. COVID-19 crisis has had a strong effect on human interactions, possibly altering the way community engagement projects devised in Malaysian higher education institutions. Although there are many resources available to help in mitigating the effect of COVID-19 by the university and government, such as encouraging social telecommunications network, conditional movement exemptions, and the flexibility to extend the project, the COVID-19 has hampered ongoing community projects. In terms of higher education institutions, the shutting down of formal operation is an opportunity to explore the innovative way of community engagement to be conducted within the available tangible and intangible resources. So, USM, being one of the Malaysia's premier higher education institutions, continues to implement and reinstate certain measures in its effort to cushion the impact of COVID-19 on its community members and stakeholders. Thus, at that time, there was an urgent need to propose the framework of community engagement that faced the adversity of COVID-19. From research-based experience, this framework offers adaptive measures to be taken during crisis time, taking COVID-19 as a case. 5 key factors were identified that enabled the community engagement project to be continued during the COVID-19. So these factors could be categorized into personal resilience, leaderships, nature of projects, collaborative partners, and communication. So let's look at these 5 factors one by one. Personal resilience actually refers to the participants were able to adjust the whereabouts of the project structure to meet the new regulations under the COVID-19 restriction. When we talk about personal resilience, we found that it is mainly in the researchers' attitude in dealing with the challenges by continuing their project when the cases decreased or modified the research action plan. Another signposting of personal resilience is that most participants overcame the obstacle by strengthening their prior network. The participants tended to discuss the challenges of the project with the strategic partners. Okay, the second factors is the strong leadership, whereby the leaders supported the community engagement project, either by one, consulting the project coordinator to review the initial plan, two, devise a practical plan to be executed during the pandemic, or three, initiate infrastructures and guidelines. Indirectly, this has reduced the statutory provisions, which are bureaucratic and complexly hierarchical during the pandemics. Okay, let's look at the third factor. The third factor is the nature of the project. In most cases, the projects which has benefited the community in terms of income generation seem to have been engagement in SDG 1, SDG 2 and SDG 3. The income generating projects in this study were targeted to the community like the disability, B40, poverty and rural concern, which eventually gained support from the local leaders. All these projects were said to have a very positive response even during the COVID-19 from the community partners, as the activities focus on creating opportunities for communities to use locally available resources that benefited the community productively. The fourth factor is the collaborative partners. The collaborative partners supported specific underprivileged group in which these institutions provided information, such as repository, database, in-charge officers with expertise to deal with a certain community, facilities, and even better ideas to serve the community during the pandemic. Consequently, the engagement opens for many points entry. And last but not least is the fifth factors, that is communication. Even though the emergence of virtual community became familiar during the pandemic, the social structures such as the admins, members and influencers of the virtual community formed in social group remain unknown. Nonetheless, the establishment of this networking was still in progress, hence there was not enough evidence to support the advantage of virtual open community as compared to convenient approach. Conversely, the project leaders also underlined the concern about the impact of internet-mediated engagement on people with lower levels of education, people in the rural area, people below the poverty line, and people with disability. Now, let us look at the strategies for advancing community engagement project during the crisis. Close examinations of the community engagement projects in USM, it was discovered that there were inter-cases and intra-cases similarity between ventures feasibility during the COVID-19. Since every participant claimed that their projects were continued per plan or with certain modifications, there were a series of strategies that were identical among these projects to ensure that the projects were continued. So, based on these observations, a model was created to describe the sequence of the process based on the similarities between these strategies. There were four sequences of the strategies, namely acknowledge, consolidate, restructure, and operation. The short form of these four sequences is ACRO. So, acknowledge A, the adverse situations. All the participants acknowledge that the pandemic has impacted the project at a certain extent. The participants assimilated and understood the situation, which requires to remap the COVID-19 related issue of the individual project. Therefore, the participants updated themselves with circulars orders SOP at national and university level. C. Consolidate all the adaptive measures. So the participants also identify the adaptive measures to continue their project towards the achievement of the objectives. The participant pooled from higher education institutions were also keen to upskill in using the digital presentation platform, mobile application, virtual collaboration tools, document sharing resources, communication with the trusted network on site to eliminate cross-border movement. Next is restructure, or R, referring to restructure, the proposed plan or the timeline. The participants restructured the project planning according to identified potential solutions to operate in new norm. A portfolio of action with minimal movement was consistently found in the device solution, as the status of movement order changes every 2 weeks. So in some cases, the participants also prepared the emergency to achieve the minimal adequate objectives. Senior participants repetitively concerned about the need to take the humanistic and empathetic approach in dealing the issue related to pandemic in her projects. Lastly, we have the strategies concerning advancing community engagement project during crisis. Is project leaders face COVID-19 challenge, either continuing the study as anticipated, briefly deferring it, or dramatically altering it. All the participants referred their project as successful as they work on to face the challenges and adapt or adopt whereabouts. All the participants reflected that their project meets the targeted goal as in proposal. The challenge posed by COVID-19 was unique because it was unpredictable, impromptu, and involved the entire country as well as enforcement authorities. So if there is a shift in government order that is relevant to movement regulation, this USM ACRO model becomes cyclical. Yeah. So here is the model, USM ACRO model, which shows the sequence strategy in community engagement project amid COVID-19 and its potential to be cyclical, from acknowledge to consolidate, restructures to operate, and it can turn back to the first stage of acknowledge. Alright, now let's look at the HEI's framework for community engagement during pandemic COVID-19. Based on the higher education institutions' community engagement partnership approach, the engagement functional activity, the infusion of SDGs in community engagement projects, the 5 key factors that enable the community engagement project to be continued during the COVID-19, and the strategies for advancing community engagement project during the crisis. The higher education institution framework for community engagement during pandemic COVID-19 is proposed. Let us look at the framework. Yeah, this is the framework. We can have here the 5 key enablers during pandemic COVID-19. That is the personal resilience, communication. So we have the ACRO model here. We have the acknowledge, consolidate, restructures, and operate. This is a regarding community, so we have the community here, and it was either based on the demand driven or the value driven. And we need also to remember that most of the community engagement projects are based or to achieve the sustainable development goals. Yeah. So this is the proposed higher education institution framework for community engagement that is resulted from lessons learned from the crisis of COVID-19. So the significance of the framework is that This framework offers a strategic perspective to the higher education institutions in ensuring the success of their community engagement projects that undergone inevitable crises like COVID-19. Having this framework at hand, higher education institutions will have a clear understanding on the changes of their vision and roles on how to sustain their existing projects even during crisis. In the aspect of design, delivery, funding, management, leadership, bureaucracy, or even decision making. By means of the proposed framework, higher education institutions offers practical suggestions and alternative routes in implementing their project instead of having to reinventing new strategies. Such practical alternative routes could help higher education institutions in accelerating their efficiency in implementing the community engagement projects in spite of the crisis that happened. By adapting this project also, higher education institutions will be able to review the action plans that suit the nature of their project, since each project has its own uniqueness. In the time of crisis, where time is crucial and critical, it is important for higher education institutions to sustain the progress of the community engagement due to the need of their community. Thus, this framework provides practical directions and recommendations to successfully achieve the objectives of community engagement projects. To conclude, the occurrence of the COVID-19 pandemic undoubtedly has created fear and uncertainty to the society at large. It affected the way people think, act, and react towards all the issues faced by humanity. In formulating this framework, it was discovered that the existing policies on community engagement projects were partially designed to accommodate projects implementation during typical and regular situations. The normal practices of managing community projects, face-to-face meetings, and hands-on activities. Other examples related to the process of bureaucracy, particularly in financial matters, due to the lower productivity resulted from inefficiency of the new norms of working style. Thus, the need to formulate more comprehensive yet accommodating policies that are suitable in the period of crisis and catastrophe or normal situation is crucial and urgent. Community engagement projects are important in upgrading the quality of livelihood of the society, particularly during crises like COVID-19. In process of designing this framework, interactions and communications were done with various parties in which the need and aspiration of the society became apparent. In fact, the significance of the community engagement projects became more obvious during crisis since the society are facing tremendous difficulty and hardship. So, even during crisis, it was learned that the assistance and support from various parties is very much hoped by the society. Accordingly, any kind of crisis should not hinder the effort of higher education institutions in implementing community engagement projects, which are mostly based on the SDGs initiatives. Collective efforts need to be pulled out among various parties in ensuring community engagement projects could be done and smoothly run. And one of that parties includes the higher education institutions. With that, I thank you and let me introduce you our team from University Science Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me as a keynote speaker at this very important conference where we are sharing innovative practices in teaching and learning for building a sustainable and just society. My name is Kerstin Sonesson and I'm working with teacher education in Norway since 2019. And before that, 15 years at Malmö University in Sweden. Malmö is situated in southern Sweden, and the red star at the map is where I'm working today and giving this presentation. In my presentation, I will bring you to Malmö, the third biggest city in Sweden, a city with a young and international population. Malmö has a long history. When my parents and even me myself grew up, it was an industrial city with textile industry and shipyards. When the industry was closing down, the transition to knowledge city started. Malmö University was founded in 1998, and the collaboration between the city and the university increased and developed in a constructive way. Both organizations were involved as driving forces in developing RCE Skåne, and we had a great number of common projects on education for sustainable development. As I said, I will bring you on an excursion in the city of Malmö with 5 stops. And I have good experience of using the city of Malmö as a learning arena. I use the extended classroom or outdoor education in ESD, Education for Sustainable Development, within ordinary teacher education programs, as well as in the international course Teaching for Sustainable Development. Today, I will bring you on a virtual excursion. We start in the Western Harbour, some 15 minutes walk from the university. This is the area where the shipyard used to be, and where a huge transformation has performed during the last 25-30 years. Here we can look at the solar energy installations and discuss renewable energy and climate change. We can also study the climate change adaptations in the area, how to protect from rising sea levels, and occasions happening already during extreme water conditions, as you can see on the right side. We can as well focus on biodiversity, the green roofs of houses, and ecosystem services in the area. We can also talk about involving children in democratic processes and play at the playground. Before it was designed, the municipality invited children to draw pictures of their dreams regarding playgrounds, and these pictures were used in designing it. From the Western Harbour, we go to Malmö Museum, and we can take seat in one of the white buses that transported refugees and people who were placed in German camps during the Second World War. Something is really happening with us while we are listening to the bus driver or the voice of the bus driver and voices of some females and children who were rescued by the Red Cross in spring 1945. Our third stop is in Augustenborg, a neighborhood originally developed some 60-70 years ago. The area was run down and needed to be spruced up. The municipality decided to invite the citizens to participate in this process. At place, we can study the efforts on water management and climate change adaptations similar to the ones in the Western Harbour. Actually, There were no problems with flooding in Augustenborg after the heavy rainfall a Sunday in August 2014. In a few hours' time, we received more than 100 millimeter rain. It makes sense if you realize we receive usually less than 600 millimeters a year in Malmö. And the reason why there were no problems in Augustenborg was probably due to the green roofs and the water constructions and magazines in the area. In some other parts of Malmö, as you can see on the right side of the slide, there were big problems. We might as well visit Gnistan, a fascinating learning place where a female arriving to Sweden from former Yugoslavia has created leisure center to young children. Gnistan has a sustainable approach with urban organic farming and a rabbit hotel where the kids take care of the rabbits. After our excursion, you can read about Gnistan and the ecosystem city Augustenborg if you like. Please send me a request by email and I will send you a PDF with the book. Step number 4 is at the Marine Pedagogical Center. Other visitors here are taking part in a program on Save the Sea from Plastic when we are coming. So let's join them on our walk. Or please, so let's join them on a walk by the beach or in the close by surroundings where we can collect rubbish on the ground together. Back at the center, we have a look at the collection of rubbish and discuss the regrading time for different materials and where it comes from and how we can prevent the rubbish in the city. Together with the class, we explore also the life in the sea. And before leaving, we are receiving a challenging task from the pedagogues at the center. Our task is to create an innovative solution to the plastic in the sea. Our last stop is in the Northern Harbour, north of Western Harbour, where we started our excursion. This is the newest land area in Malmö, and it is not very well known to the citizens. The city ecologist is meeting us, and he is presenting these nice creatures, Bufo viridis, grönfläckig padda in Swedish. It is a critically endangered amphibia, and when it was recognized in the area, the municipality had to change some of their plans for the Northern Harbour. Bufo is protected by law, and you can't build on the land where they are living. I have 5 arguments for use of the city of Malmö as an extended classroom in education for sustainability. The same arguments as I have for education in biology and science. We can learn a lot from authentic situations and places. However, it is very important that excursions are never ever an isolated activity. It has to be placed in a learning context. And it's important as a lecturer, as a university pedagogue, to communicate the aims of excursion and of the learning activities during the excursion with the students. To include student active learning during the excursion, this because we would like to avoid passive listening. To give challenges on the way, introducing conflicts of interest, and be positive to questions and reflections from the students. Walk as you talk, but try to be a facilitator, not only a guide in the learning process to the students. Use the SDGs, look at challenges and conflicts of interest from different perspectives and see how the goals are connecting between each other. Thank you very much for listening. Bye.
Good morning, everyone. I am Omar Ramzi from Heliopolis University Development, and I'm going now to present 5 master theses. These different theses that I'm going to present now, they are master theses within the context of the RAFTAC project. As for the RAFTAC project, it is a project that is addressing the refugees. Reflections of master thesis carried out in the context of the RAFTAC, Refugee Teaching, Training and Certification projects. I was the supervisor of these different 5 master theses that they were researched within the context of the project. So let me start by presenting the first master thesis. The thesis title is Assessing the Impact of the RAFTAC project on Pre-Service Teachers, the case of El-Zagazig University, and the researcher name is Thuraya Saada. Let me first start by addressing the research thematic area and its relationship with the RAFTAC project. The research aims to assess the developed training programs for the pre-service teachers at El-Zagazig University, as well as supporting the ESD-aligned refugees curricula, teaching, learning, and research capacities. And the thesis is to investigate and detect the RAFTAC project outcomes along with the pre-service teachers' capacity at the Faculty of Education at El-Zagazig University. So the idea is to assess the validity of the pre-service teachers at El-Zagazig University. Now the research design, we had here a model that is composed of 3 independent variables: transformational education, teaching capacity building, curricular development. These are the independent variables, and we were measuring their correlation with the dependent variable, which is the pre-service teacher competencies. The research was built on a descriptive analysis. Quantitative approach has been conducted through online closed-ended questionnaire, and the target population driven were the pre-service teachers, as I told you, at El-Zagazig University. Let me move now to the research data configuration. Sorry. There was a significant correlation that has been found between the IVs and the DV. The significance level between the IVs and the DV was below 0.05, and hence this proves that there is a correlation, and as well their regression could be addressed as that the independent variables, they do describe the phenomena of the dependent variable as indicated in the regression analysis. Research results. The research result approved the hypothesis, as I told you, and the hypothesis that were approved means that the independent variables, they do have a correlation with the dependent variable, improving service teachers' competences and its relation to the research main IVs, which is the transformational education, teacher capacity building, and curricular development as a main factor for the refugees' education development. That meets the RefTech main objective as well as the outcomes for developing early preliminary training programs for pre-service teachers targeted for refugees' education to promote and foster the refugees' educational journey towards the ESD domains. Now we move to the second thesis, which is assessing the impact of the RefTech project on pre-service teachers, but not in Zagazig University, now the case of 6th of October University. The researcher name is Hagar Gamal. The research thematic area to the RefTech project, the purpose of the research is to deeply inspect the problem of achieving the socio-cultural inclusion of refugees for their thrive to be included in the societies they live in due to their displacement facts, and to solve by providing quality education. Honestly, this is one of the main pillars of the project, of the RefTech project. This research assessed the relation between certifying the pre-service teachers to work under the Egyptian law concerning education and the achievement of human justice through quality education for refugees learners applied on pre-service teachers in 6th of October University. The research design, again, we have the theoretical framework or the model that is composed of 3 independent variables: ICT tools, cultural diversity, actionable and transformational education, actionable and transformative education, and the 3 independent variables, we were assessing them within the context of their correlation with the dependent variable pre-service teachers' autonomy support. So this study exploited a quantitative methodology as well. All of them, they were quantitative through a descriptive study, a single cross-sectional research since one sample was chosen, including one sample that was investigated once through distribution of a questionnaire following the Likert scale. The sample frame is the pre-service teachers who participated in the RefTech projects from the 6th of October University. Research data configuration, there was a correlation been found between the IVs and the DV. The significance level is less than 0.05, and all hypotheses have been accepted. As for the regression analysis, it relieved that the phenomena could be described using the IV1 and IV2, and by using IV1 and IV2, we can predict the dependent variable. Research results. Within the research context, the RefTech pre-service partners, students at 6th of October University, it was recognized that the pre-service teachers acquire the freedom of choosing and developing a novel teaching method that is based on infusing proper technology, ICT, in class based on the humanistic and actionable learning styles and needs of the refugee students. Moreover, having diverse cultures in one class helps, of course, to enhance the educational learning atmosphere, especially for refugees education, as it boosts the sense of relatedness among both learners and facilitators. The creation of a socially inclusive learning atmosphere results not only in transforming the education, but also in transforming the individuals to critical citizens that represents the main goal of the RefTech projects on the ground. The third thesis title is the impact of the RefTech capacity building programs on trainee knowledge and skills on course curriculum development. The researcher name is Jihan Hamza. The thematic area of the thesis and its relation to the RefTech project. The research highlights on the challenges that face the implementation capacity building programs for refugees education in the hosting countries' RefTech projects. Was the thematic framework to explore the chance of incorporating and including refugees into their development plan towards ESD. Hence, the research was examining the impact of the RefTech training programs for pre-service and in-service teachers, both of the hosting country and the refugees, has the potentially to meet required qualifications and skills to support refugees learners. Research design. The research was built on descriptive analysis through a quantitative approach, having this model, this framework, that is composed of 3 independent variables: pre-service and in-service teacher competences, teachers' capacities building programs, transformational education as 3 independent variables, and the relationship with the dependent variable refugee course curriculum development. A sample frame pre-service and in-service teachers within the RefTech project. As you can witness with me, we have here 2 samples. So this means that we used multiple cross-sectional analysis and not single cross-sectional analysis. And the significance level was less than 0.05, then all hypotheses were accepted. The regression revealed that the phenomena could be described between the independent variables and the dependent variable. IV2 and IV3, by using IV2 and IV3, we can predict the dependent variable, but IV1 was not describing the phenomena according to the regression analysis. However, the correlation was correlated between the 3 variables. Research results: pre-service and in-service teachers' competencies in Egypt require consistent educational and humanistic capacity building training towards ESD formats that was taken into consideration with the capacity building programs driven to the RefTech project diploma program. I forgot to tell you that the main objective of the project is to have a diploma for the teachers. Creating well-established training programs for refugees teachers will enhance the inclusive and creative education. Transformative education encourages ICT usage and digital learning methods to enrich the cognitive skills of the refugees learners and teachers that represent the tendency of the RefTech project's valid base. Now we reach the final thesis. The thesis title is Assessing the Rate of Refugees Teaching and Learning in Fusion on the RefTech project Revised Courses. The researcher name is Nagla Ahmed. The thematic area of the research addresses the impact of the revised courses of the RefTech project towards the effectiveness of ESD learning and teaching methodologies infused in the refugees' education. This cross-sectional study involved pre-service and in-service teachers in Al-Zagazig, in Al-Azhar, and Al-Zagazig and 6th of October universities. The research objective is to assess the educational paradigms of ESD formats of the revised courses of the RefTech project, proving the educational indicators and model needed for the refugees' education. Let me move to the model now. We have three independent variables: quality education methodology, cultural diversity, and ICT tools, and we were assessing their relationship with the course development standards as the dependent variable. The data used analyzed to point out the most appropriate course package and tools were effectively meeting the RefTech course. Research data configuration: there is no correlation whatsoever that has been found between the IV's quality education methodology, culture, diversity, and ICT tools and the DV course development standards. The significance level is more than 0.05. All hypotheses were rejected. Nevertheless, it was opportunity to recognize the area that the participants didn't configure in the questions, in the questionnaire, to be proven in the project outcomes and deliverables, and to be tailored successfully for the targeted segments. The research results: assessing the effectiveness of revised courses content should include the holistic but simple ESD methodologies, whereby the RefTech revised courses are integrated with transformative educational methodologies to meet the refugees' cognitive and humanistic needs and challenges. Hence, the research highlighted on the main point of strengths and weaknesses that the project stakeholders took into consideration in the diploma bylaw development revision, and what shall be tailored and or adjusted to meet the targeted segment needs. The research concluded the effective application of refugees course package assessment and development methods, DCORE Plus, care methodologies, during the course's evaluation and revision, as it was tested by the researcher on number of courses. Hence, the RefTech project built the diploma courses packages. So although that the hypotheses were rejected, but the main outcome of the thesis that we fine-tuned the curriculum of the courses according to the results obtained from the research. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hi everybody, this is Professor Muhammad Farag Badawi and Mr. Muhammad Anwar, representatives of Heliopolis University. It gives me pleasure to present one of the most important research papers we expect to be presented in our virtual conference. The research paper is entitled Evaluating Refugee Blended Training Course in Light of Some Variables in the Egyptian Context. The problem of the current research paper stems from the fact that though the importance of training concerning refugees, no previous research was conducting to evaluate the training blended course offered by the universities participating in the RefTech project. So the problem in brief is to evaluate the training offered by these universities to find out the weak and strong points of training. The significance of the study: as we know, evaluating the blended training course for refugee teachers in Egypt helps the project coordinators and project members reinforce strong positive points, and suggest ongoing remedial plans for the weak points. The main aim of the current research paper is to attempt to evaluate some aspects of the blended training course for refugee teachers in Egypt, including training content, training techniques, training facilities, trainees' performance, technical support, administrative support, training institutions, trainees' nationality, and trainees' gender. All such variables affect the product of training. Study method. By the way, because of this research includes many variables, so we have 10 questions. The first question is concerned with trainees' satisfaction with training content. The second question is concerned with training techniques. The third one is concerned with training facilities. To the 10th questions, there is an attempt to cover the variables mentioned before in the significance of the study, just to save time. Study instrument. To collect the data required for answering the 10 study questions, a 39-item questionnaire was developed, validated, and sent to the trainees. Only 58 trainees responded to the questionnaire within the prescribed due time limit. The participants, we have 8 Syrians, 17 Sudanese, 20 Egyptians, and 13 others. The general result of the research. We have 2 types of results, general results and detailed results. As for the general results, results showed that the majority of the participants was Egyptians, with a percentage of 39.7, followed by Sudanese participants, where their percentage was 29.3, and finally Syrians were 13.8. While the percentage of female participants were 75.9, male percentage was 24.1. Most of the participants were from October 6 University, and their percentage was 48.3, followed by Aswan University, 32.8, followed by Zagazig University, 19. Unexpectedly, or for my astonishment, Al-Azhar University got the 0 participation. Generally, the participants scored a high level of satisfaction with the study variables. All the study variables, the 10 study variables, were highly satisfied and meet the satisfaction expectations of the trainees. The highest satisfaction level was scored by October 6 University. So, in general, the study variables were up to the satisfaction level expected by the trainees. Therefore, it could be stated that the high detailed results training institutions. October 6 University was #1 in terms of participation, followed by Aswan, and finally Zagazig University. With respect to the evaluation of training content in light of training objectives, as we see in the graphs, a high level of satisfaction. If we add the percentage in 4 and 5. Next, training content in light of organization steps. To what extent is the content is well organized, as we see, high percentage too. Evaluation of training content in light of blended training procedures. The blended component or type or technique was highly satisfactory. Next, evaluation of training content in light of effective planning procedure. This means that the content was well planned as reflected by the figures in the graph. Next, evaluation of training content in light of effective layout. Layout in terms of the font, pictures, and the other print facilities is highly, we see 40% and 14%, and this is a high score. Sorry, 69 and 24. Next, evaluation of the effectiveness of internet-based training is so high, 46 and 229. Next, evaluation of the effectiveness of regular training. Regular training means traditional training, face-to-face training, and also the trainees were satisfied with this type of training, not at the expense of blended learning. They were satisfied with both face-to-face and internet-based training. Evaluation of the effectiveness of blended training. So blended training was up to the satisfaction level. Evaluation of time sufficiency of the internet-based training. If we look at the graphs 3, 4, and 5, let us focus on 4 and 5. We have 36 and 27, more than 50%. Evaluation of training techniques in light of training objectives. is highly satisfactory, as we see in the column 4 and 5. Evaluation supportiveness of training environment. The training environment was satisfactory, highly satisfactory. Evaluation of training classrooms equipment also was highly satisfactory. Evaluation of training communication and the feedback communication between the trainer and the trainees, and the trainees' feedback were satisfactory also. Evaluation of effectiveness of internet training facilities is satisfactory. Evaluation of training room ventilation, it's also positive evaluation. Evaluation of trainees' effectiveness, trainees' background, trainees' awareness of training refugees, all such subsidiary variables were highly appreciated and highly estimated by the trainees. Evaluation of technical effectiveness, it's rather satisfactory because we have a figure in column 2, which means there are 8.6% of the trainees disagreed that the technical effectiveness was satisfactory. Evaluation of administrative support effectiveness, it was highly satisfactory. Evaluation of general training satisfaction really is highly evaluated and estimated. According to such results, we can conclude the following finding, which is the blended training course for refugee teacher was successful in terms of its content, its objective, its training techniques, trainers, technical support, and administrative support. All in all, it was a successful training course. Thank you, and we hope to listen to your question in the next meeting, inshallah.
Hello everyone, welcome to Open University Malaysia. My name is Vidat. I'll be presenting on training of trainers on sustainability and development of participatory videos. Let me introduce first INSET, the in-service training for teachers in Malaysia. The aims of INSET is to enhance teachers' knowledge and skills and competencies throughout their teaching journey. There are two types, qualification upgrading courses and knowledge skills upgrading courses. The duration is 5 days or 30 hours. Of course, teachers can attend more than 5 days of training or 30 hours per year. Types of training depends on the needs of the school, depend on the needs of the teachers. Also, it depends on the availability of training. The types include workshop, conferences, coaching, mentoring, field visits, research, publications, and professional discourse. If teachers are not able to attend any of these, they can do training through the learning platform known as EPSA or E-Pembelajaran Sektor Awam. It's a public sector self-learning platform. They complete a module, conduct a book or a journal review. That is considered as a training. Training providers include those from the teacher education department officials, consultants or trainers appointed by the ministry or even by the TED or even by the schools. Of course, there are collaboration done with the institutions of higher learning to do training for teachers. Teachers who have attended training can share their knowledge and skills by doing peer training or in-house training. Training of teachers, the TOTT for OEM, the objectives include inculcate awareness and understanding about ESD and SDGs, use of ICT as a pedagogical tool to integrate SDGs within the curriculum, enhance knowledge on the 10 Cs and SDGs, specifically on sustainable justice, acquire skills on pedagogies and strategies in the integration of SDGs in teaching, sharing case studies on the implementation of ESD and SDGs in Malaysia, the practical inclusion of SDGs across the school curriculum, develop potential among participants to produce PVs pertaining to integration of SDGs within the classroom. Planning for the TOTT. The chronology of TOTT started in 2019 with the first meeting with the SED officials or the State Education Department officials. However, in 2020, when COVID-19 pandemic came, it was halted. But during those time, we prepared the learning materials. And then in 2021, when the new normal came, the endemic period came in, we resumed meetings with the SED officials, and the physical training started in 2022. The target group are in-service teachers from Federal Territory of Kuala Lumpur and Putrajaya and states of Selangor, because Open University Malaysia is situated within the central region of Malaysia. These are pictures of us meeting the SED officials, and the call for participants, we prepared the brochures and the Google form for registration, and we had them uploaded into our own Facebook, OEM official Facebook, and also the SED official Facebook. And using the SED emails, we emails to schools to call for participants. Of course, there are letters of approval, support from SED officials. Training days, it started in the 12th of February in 2022. It ended in 29 March 2022. 5 days of trainings with 10 sessions. The training include about 300 teachers registered for the training. The venue is the physical, for the physical training is Open University My Erasmus Computer Lab. And then, as I mentioned earlier, it's 10 sessions within 5 days. But we have online support through the platform My Erasmus, developed by our own team. To support the teachers, to guide the teachers after the training, because they have to develop the PVs. This is the My Erasmus platform, and we developed the modules. The module focuses on SDGs across the curriculum. It has 5 main topics or 5 main chapters. The first chapter is about the 17 SDGs, Educational for Sustainable Development. The second chapter discusses the main concepts in learning SDGs, including discussions about the 10 Cs, about sustainable justice, about the 6 pillars of education. And then the third topic discusses about pedagogies for ESD, the most appropriate pedagogies so that teachers can learn and then bring this back to schools to teach. And also in topic 4, we discuss about SDG in SD within the Malaysian education environment. We focus on what's happening around us with examples coming from the local schools and also the universities. And finally, the final chapter, or chapter 5, discusses about subject-based SDGs. Development of PV after the training, the teachers are given guidelines on how to develop PVs. The first section focuses on tasks before or the preparation of the lesson plan. They have to select a topic from one of the current teaching subjects associated with appropriate SDGs. And then they have to suggest the teaching method, strategies, and the activities, which they have learned it during the training in chapter 3. So they bring it back to the classroom. And then the outcome or the first section is a storyboard. So this is an example of a lesson plan being prepared by the teachers, and then the development of a storyboard that follows. Of course, this is they went through this with guidance from our team. Then the second section of development for PVs is the video recording. Outlines on how to conduct video recording just using the smart mobile phone. Recording must focus on teaching and learning activities. We focus on SDGs implemented in the classroom. And then the video recording should illustrate the learning outcomes students have achieved. These are examples of video clips of the PVs they have produced, various subjects, sciences, community service, history, language. It's available on the YouTube. Outcome of the TOTT, we had a survey done, and we from the 300 teachers who registered, only 103 can attend the physical meeting. The rest attended online training. 31 are males, 72 females, with the 89 teachers from the Malays, 19 Indian, and 5 Chinese. The age group is from below 30s, the young teachers, and up to above 55 years old. Most of the teachers come from the middle age group of 31 to 45 years old. The teaching experiences, many has more than 5 years of teaching experiences, although there are 5 teachers who are very young. They had less than 5 years of teaching experiences, and there are even 21 teachers who have been in the teaching line for more than 21 years. The level of school, they come from the primary school, 61 teachers, and then 52 teachers are from the secondary school, and subject taught, 50 teachers came from the group of science and mathematics, teaching general science, physics, chemistry, mathematics, and biology. 39 teachers came from the language group, teaching Arabic, Malay, English, as well as Japanese. And then the 26 teachers taught computer science, ICT, design, technology. 34 teachers taught history, geography, music, preschool, physical education, moral education, Islamic education. When asked why they use ICT, how often, these teachers shared that many have been using ICT between 5 to 10 years. Some has, about 31 teachers have been using it for more than 10 years. However, there are about 35 teachers who have used it less than 5 years. However, regardless of their experiences in ICT, only 14 are officially appointed as ICT coordinator in the schools. Well, out of the others, out of 80 of them, 9 assume the unofficial duty as ICT coordinators. And these teachers, even though they don't teach ICT related subject, about 80% of them admitted that they do include ICT into their subject for 2 main reasons. One is ICT is embedded within the curriculum. Another one is they choose to do so. They enjoy teaching using ICT. the schools admitted that they do use ICT for learning purposes. For more than 11 years, 22 schools have been using ICT as for learning, teaching and learning purposes. 51 schools started between 5 to 10 years ago. The purpose teachers use ICT. One of the purpose is to find information and resources on the internet. Another one is to access to various online databases. And of course, they also use it for administrative purpose such as recording marks in spreadsheet, typing observation papers, developing teaching resources, and also developing digital content for learners' use. The teachers admitted that they allow students to use ICT in the classrooms, in the lessons. One of the main reasons is they allow the students to use internet to research for information. Others to allow students to collaborate within the classrooms, to use on projects, to make decisions, to form opinions, and to solve problems. Of course, there are subject-specific software are required. So, of course, they have to use ICT in the classroom. What are the issues and challenges that we face while doing the project, the training? One is to convince officials from the Ministry of Education. But we started off well because we had an opportunity to meet with the then Minister of Education and gets his blessing, and then but still we have to convince the other officials to believe that this is a good training for teachers and it's advantageous to schools. And then we have to convince the in-service teachers. You see, the in-service teachers, some will attend training on their own, voluntary, but others needs to be, pushed a little bit to come and to be persuaded to attend the meeting. So we have to work with the SCD officials to sort of give them a good reason as why they have to attend the trainings. But however, we had a setback because of the COVID-19, and then during the 2020 year, a lot of reshuffling occurs within the ministry and within the State Education Department. So we had a new group of SCD officials, and when we had to revive, we had to reconvince the new group. Of course, these officials wanted us, this new group now, instead of just focusing on ICT coordinators, they want us to include teachers across the curriculum. That means any teachers, regardless of the teaching option, should be allowed to attend the training, which we did. We allow them to do that. And then the scheduling for the physical training had to follow the new normal, which means that there are certain SOPs that we have to follow, as stated by the Ministry of Health. And then also we had to follow the regulations as stated by the SCD officials, which include training only on the second and the fourth Saturdays of the month. Training should not be done during the school holidays. So we had to juggle a lot of our time to ensure that we do not train on the days that are not allowed by the SCD officials. And then, of course, we had another setback when out of the 300, only 103 can attend the physical training. The rest attended the online training, but they are not able to attend, not so much because they don't want to attend, but because there are those who got affected by the COVID-19, and there are also those who had to do to attend to other duties during the last minute. And then when we get back the deliverables, we get the PVs, and when we look through the PVs, we found that it lacks creativity and it lacks impact. Our assumption is because the teachers lack knowledge on how to develop an idea into a storyboard, and how to do a good video recording. So to overcome this and to assist the teachers to be able to produce good PVs later on their own. We are now currently training. We had one session already for teachers to learn how to turn an idea into a storyboard, and then how to use the simple smart mobile phone to do a good video recording. We do this with the Center for Instructional Design and Technology group, who are very experienced in such things. So we hope that this will continue, and it will really help the teachers to produce better work, and they can share among their peers, among their colleagues, as well as share with the outside of their school environment. These are photos of the teacher in service training at our lab, and then these are what we have been doing. The whole group had a good session because all of us are involved in the training. Every part of the module, each member will be talking about their own personal experiences, as well as the whole SDG related environment that we're talking about. Thank you so much. This is my team, the 7 of us who came from Open University Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur.
My meetings. Okay.
Well, good morning.
Morning.
So, of course, the morning session was wonderful because I presented. So, any questions? Please, Dr. Arfan. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The community engagement even during the COVID. Is there also how about the engagement with the orang asli, the indigenous people, who is in a remote area, because I just visited them 2 months ago. And is that possible for them, because it seems that they are not familiar with the technology that we use. Thank you.
Let us make sure that she heard the question.
Yeah.
Hello?
Here. He is there.
Ah, okay. Okay.
She's there. She's there.
Good, good.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Irfan, for the question. Throughout the COVID-19, we have several types of community engagement projects, and we do have engagement projects involving the aborigines, yeah, but we have to adjust. So we deal with the head of the communities, since not everyone can go to directly to the community, so we engage the head of the community to deal with the people. So that's how we adjust on the projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so any other questions? So I believe that if there are no other questions, we could move to the break, to the coffee break, or we may have some questions or comments, and then we will have our coffee break.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
For the refugee project, thank you, Prof. Ramzi, for the excellent presentation on the refugee project. So I suppose I had a discussion with my colleague. We are interested to know, meaning what you are doing now is you actually train the refugee to teach the other refugee. So that's the first question.
Yes.
All right. And secondly, how do you approach the multicultural background of the different refugees? Do you have to know to speak their language? So the modules, is it in their own language, or is it in English or Egyptian language? And how does the refugee respond to that training?
Okay. Yes, for the first question, we are training the refugees through a number of universities that are participating in this project. 6th of October University, Aswan University, Zagazig University, and Al-Azhar University. And we had a number of workshops in order to design the curriculum for the pre-service and the in-service. And the project's main objective is to have a diploma for the teachers. And the refugee teachers, yes, this is the objective of the project, is to train them how to deal with the refugee students as well. So the curriculum is being designed to this effect by having a series of workshops and meetings in order to fine-tune the curriculum. As for the language that we are using, it is Arabic language. Mainly it is Arabic language, yes, because most of the refugees, they speak Arabic, like Syrian refugees. Namely, I would say that they are the largest segment of refugees in the project, but it's not limited to the Syrian. There are other refugees, as Dr. Farag mentioned in his presentation. There are Sudanese refugees. I would like also to mention that the project is not limited only to refugees teachers. No, we are including as well Egyptian teachers. But mainly, of course, the main pillar is for the refugee teachers. As for the cultural part, no, we are taking into account that, as I told you, that the bulk of the segment is from Syria. So more or less, they have like the same Egyptian culture. They are not different than the Egyptian culture, so we can deal with them very smoothly. I hope that I answered your question. What? Someone is raising his hand? Yes, please go ahead. Say again? Okay, just 1 minute.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay, wait a minute, please.
I just would like to highlight,
Hello?
Hello, good morning, Dr. Omar.
Good morning, Muhammad.
Yes, I would like to highlight for your answer, you already mentioned about the interaction with the refugees and their language and backgrounds. You already mentioned all the items, but I would like to add that those who are here in Egypt, we don't consider them as refugees. We kept like 6 months to define what does it mean a refugee in our particular project. And because Syrians, they don't have this yellow card for the UNHCR, they can go to schools, public schools in Egypt without paying any fees. They can go to the higher education institutions. I mean, before postgraduates was paying half of the fees. So us a chance to add 12, which means we have this mix between Egyptians who are teaching for refugees and refugees who are teaching even for Egyptians. So we have many schools that have Syrian teachers are working as a normal teachers in the school. So this project has a particular nature in the Egyptian circumstances, as Syrian, Sudanese, and majority of the Arabs like Yemenis, Iraqi, they are not considered as refugees if they want to live as a normal citizen in Egypt. They can have these commercial activities and so on. And this makes our project a little bit different from the notion of refugees. They are not in camps. They are not. They are allowed to have a bank account if they have a job. So all these are a little bit different from the other countries dealing with refugees like Germany, Greece, and so on. I just want to add this as a comment.
Yes, of course. And honestly, when we do refer to them, we don't say refugees. They are our guests, and they are in their, particularly the Syrian, they are in their home. So exactly, they do have the same, I would say, facilities as Egyptians. They have bank accounts, and their kids are enrolled in schools and so on. So they are being treated as Egyptians.
Exactly.
Any other questions? So now we thank you, Muhammad, very much for your attendance. And we are going to continue after the coffee break. Do you want to join us?
Sure, I will do. Virtually, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Γεια σας.
Καλημέρα.
Καλημέρα. Ωραία. Θα καθυστερήσουμε λίγο από ό,τι κατάλαβα.
Yes.
Yes, hello. Do you want me to
Καλημέρα.
start or...
Τι ώρα ξεκινάμε?
Και 20 υποτίθεται.
Και 20. Okay. We start after 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, welcome everyone to the conference. This is the afternoon session. My name is Maria Hatzigianni and I am the chair for this session. We have 8 very interesting presentations from different countries, from Egypt, Finland, Cyprus, and mine from Greece. So the floor is yours, the virtual floor is yours. Thank you. The first presentation is the pressures of cultural identity and its relationship to the level of academic integration of refugees in the Egyptian society in the light of some demographic changes.
Hi, everybody. This is Dr. Faraj. I'll present a research paper prepared by Professor Safa Afifi from October 6 University and myself. The title of the research project is Investigating Pressure of Cultural Identity of Refugees Living in Egypt and its relationship to their academic engagement level in light of some demographic changes. Now we will move to the slide that explains the problem of the study. The problem of the current study is concerned with identifying the most nagging type of cultural identity pressure of refugees living in Egypt. In addition, the study investigated the relationship between cultural identity pressures of refugees and their academic level in light of some demographic changes. Study hypothesis. This study involves 5 hypotheses. The first one is there is a negative relationship between the level of cultural identity pressures and refugees' academic engagement. 2, participants' scores on the cultural identity scale could predict refugees' high academic engagement. 3, there are no statistical significant differences among the participants' scores on the academic engagement in terms of age. There are no statistical significant differences among the participants' scores on the academic engagement scale in terms of nationality. Finally, there are no statistical significant differences among the participants concerning the dimensions of cultural identity. The most common term used in this paper is academic engagement, and it's defined as a level of or degree of the refugees' participations in education and academic activities inside and outside classroom to achieve the desired academic objectives. The second term used in this paper is cultural identity. It refers to the score obtained by the participant on the cultural identity scale, expressing his or her loyalty to the group, in addition to refugees' conception of his or herself in light of the citizenship, religion, and the social background. The main aim of the present study is the study attempt to identify the nagging pressures of cultural identity of refugees living in Egypt. Besides, the study investigated the relationship between cultural identity pressures of refugees and their academic engagement level in light of some demographic changes. Study approach. The approach used in the current study is the descriptive predictive approach, which describes the phenomena under investigation and predicts the relationship between some variables. Study participants. 70 participants of the refugee trainees attended refugee teacher blended training course. Sudanese 45, Syrian 25, total 70. The second table, which is related to the participants too, describes academic level. Bachelor degree, 11, above high school, 59, total 70. Study tools. To collect the data required for verifying the hypothesis of the study or answering its questions, two instruments were developed, namely Cultural Identity Pressure Scale and Refugee Academic Engagement Scale. Study results. The main results showed that future anxiety was the most influential cultural identity pressure of refugees, where most of the participants were anxious about their unknown future being refugees. Though the cultural identity pressure of refugees was high, their academic engagement was strong. This result assured that there was a negative relationship between the level of cultural identity pressures and the refugees' academic engagement level. Therefore, it could be stated that high cultural identity pressure could predict refugees' high academic engagement, especially among refugee females. The same prediction was equally stronger among young male and female refugees than elders. The academic engagement for Syrian was 88.8%. The same percentage was scored by Sudanese, but with a little bit high rate. It was 90%. And this is due to why the academic engagement is high, whether it is related to Syrians or Sudanese. This may be due to the fact that in Egypt there is no camp education. Education is allowed for all persons who are living inside Egypt. Finally, no statistical significant differences were found among the participants concerning the dimension of cultural identity. Recommendations. In light of the results and findings of the current study, it's recommended that a study needs to be carried to identify the role of NGOs in refugees' academic engagements. 2, the role of future anxiety in determining refugees' academic major and professional career. Finally, the effect of refugees' age on their willingness to develop the academic ambition. Thank you. And on the virtual meeting, inshallah, we will respond to your respected questions. Thanks a lot.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Firstly, I would like to express my cordial thanks to all who helped make this conference a success. I am very pleased to participate in this international conference entitled Innovative Practices in Teaching and Learning for Building a Sustainable and Just Society by RCE Kuwait in cooperation with the UNESCO Chair, ICT in Education for Sustainable Development at the University of Kuwait. I have much pleasure in thanking also several institutions who are taking part in the Refugee Teaching Certification Program for Egyptian and refugee teachers enabled by blended learning. In particular, the Regional Center of Expertise, RCE in Education for Sustainable Development, Kuwait University, Frederick University, Bethesda University London, and all the universities from Egypt, including Al-Azhar University, Heliopolis University for Sustainable Development, October 6 University, Zagazig University, Aswan University, Seacom Development Foundation, Youth and Development Consultancy Institute, Tijah, for their support and the very efficient help during conducting this research paper. And now let me introduce my presentation of a research paper entitled Analysis of the Needs for Refugee Teachers, Professional Development, Voice of the Client by Hamdi Zayyan, Faculty of Education, Al-Azhar University, Egypt. Note that this research paper is based on the data collected for the RefTCP project funded by the Erasmus+. Before going into the research paper, we should ask why we need to explore the needs for refugee teacher professional development in Egypt. According to a recent report by the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees in February 2022, Egypt hosts 273,152 refugees and asylum seekers from 65 countries of origin. Around 37% of all refugees and asylum seekers in Egypt are children in the age of school who need a specific teaching and professionally developed teacher. In addition to that, 100% of those children have access to public primary and secondary schools on an equal level to Egyptian citizens. Therefore, this study aimed to survey the needs for special professional development of refugee teachers in Egypt. To meet this end, 428 pre-service teachers, 97 in-service teachers, and 13 school managers participated in this study. The data collection tools were a questionnaire for all the participants and semi-structured interviews for in-service teachers and school managers. The collected demographic data of the participants included the type of school they are working in, governmental or private schools, the nationalities of refugee students they are teaching to, Syrian and Sudanese or others. And we choose Syrian and Sudanese because according to the above mentioned report, they are the higher level of students in Egypt. Thirdly, the teacher's gender, if they are male or female, the teacher's experience, if they have experience in teaching less than 5 years or 5 years and more. The tools explore 3 main areas of refugee teachers' need. We tapped their academic needs, their socio-affective needs, and professional development needs. By the end of the study, the results of the study revealed that according for the demographic data, we have in the pre-service teachers, we have 152 students from the 4th year at the Faculty of Education, Azhar University, and 276 at the third year at the Faculty of Education at Azhar University. According to their pre-service teacher genders, we have 176 female, 252 males. For the in-service teachers gender, we have 26 female and 66 male. For the in-service teachers school, we have 42 teachers from private schools, and we have 50 governmental. We have 50 teachers from governmental schools. For the in-service teachers' years of experience, 48 teachers have experience of 5 years and more, but 44 have experience less than 5 years. As for the in-service teacher nationalities of their refugee students, we have 63% of the students that the teachers are teaching to are Syrian and Sudanese, whereas the other 37% from other nationalities. The most important result of this study was there is a need for incorporating teaching methods of refugees in the teacher education program, developing special courses on how to teach refugees and asylum seekers, delivering special training programs to impose the culture of citizenship, openness, tolerance, acceptance of others, increased self-confidence, ability to manage self-confidence, and the ability to manage crisis. One of the outputs of this research paper that we have developed all the educational or all the courses at the Faculty of Education to include a part that includes how to teach to refugees, how to deal with the students who are asylum seekers. Around 15 to 20% of each curriculum we have developed at Al-Azhar University. So this is for in-service teachers. As for the this is for pre-service teachers. As for the in-service teachers, we have made a special training for those teachers to deal with those students, in addition to the output, the diploma of refugees teaching, refugee teaching and learning. As for the recommendation, the study recommended that teacher education programs should be developed in the light of this study results, and professional development training programs should be developed and delivered to refugee teachers as soon as possible. Finally, I would like to thank you all for your listening, and special thanks are to Dr. Vasilis Makarakis, the Project General Manager, Professor of ICT in Education for Sustainable Development at the Department of Primary Education, University of Crete, who also holds a UNESCO chair in the field of ICT and ESD, Education for Sustainable Development. Many thanks are to Dr. Omar Ramzi, Professor of Business Administration, Heliopolis University for Sustainable Development, and the chair of this session. I would like also to thank Al-Azhar University, starting from the president of Al-Azhar University, Dr. Salama Dawood, the executive manager of the project, Dr. Muhammad Sharbini, the vice dean for postgraduate studies, Dr. Mahmoud Siddiq, and the coordinator of the project, Dr. Saeed Dessouqi. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your listening.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure and honor to talk today about how we build sustainable future together and give some examples of our Luma ecosystem network. And first of all, my best greetings from Finland.
If you want to know more about our beautiful country, you can visit, for example, Visit Finland web pages. I'm Maija Aksela. I have been over 35 years in the field of science education in Finland. And I trust on that we can co-design together new research-based solutions and models from early childhood to universities together. In Finland, we trust on teachers, and we think that you all teachers are the agents of changes, and quality of education is central role for good future. In Finland, we have a lot of different kind of activities and happenings to build together good future. For example, you can find out a video about citizens' personal carbon trading from the web. And we think that all citizens are important for building good future, and also students at schools and as early as possible. Also, circular economy is very important in Finland, and also in our curriculum and teacher education, and also all those transversal competencies and also ICT competencies and solutions. Luma Center Finland was built about 10 years ago, and it's a national network of 11 universities and 13 Luma centers for promoting education and learning in math, science, and technology. The first Luma Center was built to University of Helsinki about 20 years ago. We have a national task from Ministry of Education and Culture, and we are trying to build together new activities and co-design them together with the different partners. And if you can download this our ebook, which is free of cost, you can find out over 100 different stories and activities what is happening in our network. Luma means natural sciences and mathematics, and we think that letter A is all subjects and all sciences. And we try to promote understanding and joy of science for all. We think that science belongs to all, and we have to find out together different kind of ways how we can open science for all. We are research-based network, and of course the newest research in science and learning and teaching are central in our collaboration, but it's also from down to up. We listen to teachers, children and students and parents, questions, wishes, and also from whole society. So we think that together we are more, and we are also doing a lot of international collaboration, and it's also a pleasure to collaborate with you all. And we are making good future for together and promote national curriculum development for example, this kind of integrated science education is also in big role in our curriculum. And all these socio-scientific issues, climate change, and we have many kind of activities going on together with teachers and co-designing them together with the different partners. Because we are research-based network, so of course we are trying to promote scientific literacy, scientific knowledge, open scientific methods, how to get the newest research, for example, in climate change, how scientific thinking is happening, what kind of ethical and moral questions are asked, and so on, what kind of solutions and careers can future makers have, and for example, these kind of questions and activities. And we are working at 3 levels, and this co-designing is a central role in all our happenings and activities, not only from up to down, but more and more down to up, and learning from each others. We think that it's very important to start as early as possible and also collaborate with families and over generations. For example, about 6 years ago, we started International Study program to support learning through sharing, and in this program, every child and youth and their questions, their projects are in the center to change the world. And you can find out from the material bank the best practices, best projects that teachers and makers of future have built for good sustainable future. As I told, this kind of over generations learning are more and more important to giving hope and joy for good future and supporting well-being. And we have built different solutions with different partners. And when you are doing goal-oriented networking, it's also important that we have annual aims and self and peer assessment. We try to find out novel ways to educate teachers in the future, and also try to build different kind of courses, happenings where future teachers and teachers at schools can collaborate together, and we are integrating formal, non-formal and informal learning. And more we have also this kind of online activities, online courses. And we have used co-design and design-based research as a framework. We start to listen to needs and questions and build together goals and models from the newest research and in science and learning. And we are piloting together with schools and different partners these activities, and after some cycles we get new pedagogical innovations, and we educate teachers for them and share all those materials for all. So together we are more. This kind of virtual and online activities have been in central roles in last few years, and we have built this kind of massive online learning environments together with the scientists and partners and teachers, and these are open for all. Especially the research in Finland is a central role, and those scientists in different organizations. And as I told earlier, student-based solutions are very central for good future, and they relevant learning, and we have tried to understand different kind of pedagogical innovations. And for example, these students' questions are very good way to activate makers of future. And there are different pedagogical ways how to do it. And on the base of understanding the different new solutions, we start to study those questions. How do those future makers think about future? What kind of questions do they have? And then we try to promote those students and scientists and specialists and teachers together to find out those solutions. We have built together with scientists and teachers around the world this kind of international teachers climate change forum, and it's annual happening, and you are welcome to participate on it. And you can also read about more in this article, where we have opened in details how we do this co-designing together. We trust on collaboration, so we have built this kind of Luma labs at universities, and those schools and teachers and families can visit universities and meet scientists and do activities at universities, or they can also have virtual happenings. The oldest Luma lab is Chemist Lab Caroline, and we try to open the newest research in science for all, and they can do it in different ways, also at universities. These computing ICT competencies are very important in every field, and we have also Luma Lab in computing science, and try to promote those ICT competencies for good sustainable future. If you want to know more about our models and collaboration, please visit our web pages or our social media or our new e-book, and keep in touch. Makers of future in our hearts. Together we are more. Thank you for your attention.
Good morning, everyone. I am Nikos Larios from Mars Secret, and I will present to you two of the deliverables which are still in progress and Professor Makourakis has conceived. We have combined them into one single presentation since the main idea is the same. That idea is the dissemination and the continuation of the innovative practices in teaching and learning that were developed in two different Erasmus Plus programs for capacity building. The first presentation has the title The Euro-Arab Network of Refugee and Migrant Education, and the second one has the title The Euro-Asia Network of ICT-Enabled Education for Sustainability. Since the conference is held in Greece, I should remind you a quote coming 2,800 years ago from Homer. Homer was a legendary poet to whom the authorship of the Iliad and the Odyssey is attributed. He stated that the power of union conquers everything. So how this relates to the networks? Well, with union, these networks can conquer everything. The Refugee Teaching Certification Program for Egyptian and refugee teachers, enabled by blended learning, involves 7 Egyptian partners and 4 EU partners that they have been developing for more than 3 years innovative practices regarding refugee and migrant education. In addition, the ICT-enabled in-service training of teachers to address education for sustainability project involves 3 Malaysian partners, 2 Indonesian partners, 2 Vietnamese partners, and 3 EU partners that have been practicing innovative teaching methods regarding ICT-enabled education for sustainability. So it is especially important all these innovative teaching practices to continue after the end of both projects. This is essential for 2 reasons. Firstly, to preserve and disseminate the work that all project members have done, and secondly, through collaborations to push even further this knowledge and its impact on society. These networks are in fact one of the deliverables of each of the projects, and both are funded by the European Commission through the Erasmus Plus program. In this context, the aim of the Euro-Arab Teachers Network is to help educators acquire new teaching strategies, to share good practices and advocate for an inclusive and quality education for all. On the other hand, the Eurasian Teachers Network of ICT-enabled education for sustainability aims at bridging the gap between knowledge and action, between attitude and behavior, or even the value-action gap. Its main belief is that being a change maker is about empowering people to act for sustainability, justice, and positive social change. And that brings us to the network's vision, which in the case of Euro-Arab Network is to be a leading network in the field of education for teachers involved and interested in refugee and migrant education, serve as a multi-stakeholder platform of dynamic cooperation between its members and partner organizations, share knowledge, experiences, resources, and good practices in the field of refugee and migrant education, and foster and promote an ongoing dialogue on issues related to refugee and migrant education. In the case of the Eurasian Network, the vision is to be a leading network in the field of ICT-enabled education for sustainability, to serve as a multi-stakeholder platform between its members and partner organizations, to share knowledge, experiences, resources, and good practices for building teachers' capacity in the field of ICT-enabled education for sustainability, and foster and promote an ongoing dialogue on issues related to ICT-enabled education for sustainability. The network's mission, in the case of the Euro-Arab Network, is to support the professional development of teachers and teacher educators to align curriculum, teaching, learning, and research in the area of refugee and migrant education, to support teachers in designing, developing, and disseminating innovative teaching and learning activities dealing with refugee and migrant education, to help teachers develop appropriate and effective instructional materials that infuse refugee and migrant education issues, to organize webinars and annual conferences to disseminate innovative teaching and learning practices in the field of refugee and migrant education. In the case of Eurasian Network, the mission is to support the professional development of teachers and teacher educators to align curriculum, teaching, learning, and research in the area of ICT-enabled education for sustainability, to support teachers in designing, developing, and disseminating innovative teaching and learning activities dealing with the fusion of SDGs in course curricula, to help teachers develop appropriate and effective instructional materials that infuse sustainability issues and SDGs across all educational levels. Now, about the core values that these 2 networks have. In the case of Euro-Arab Network, the main core value is innovation. That means that the network is committed in offering and disseminating state-of-the-art knowledge, tools, approaches, and solutions to embed sustainability in teaching, learning, and curricula across all education levels at type. Networking, that means that the network is committed to play a pivotal role to establish and reinforce collaborations with schools, universities, and NGOs to share knowledge, experiences, and skills in the field of refugee and migrant education. The sense of urgency, that means that the network is committed to maintain a sense of urgency in order to respond effectively in the education challenges facing refugee and migrant population. The change making, that means that there is a commitment to make all efforts to help teachers act as agents of change for a sustainable, just world. And of course, giving and sharing, that means that the network is committed to create and strengthen relationships, networking, trust, well-being, and happiness. In the case of Eurasia Network, the core values are innovation. That means that the network is committed in offering and disseminating state-of-the-art knowledge, tools, approaches, and solutions to embed sustainability in teaching, learning, and curricula enabled by ICTs across all educational levels and types. Networking, that means that the network is committed to play a pivotal role to establish and reinforce collaborations with schools, universities, and NGOs to share knowledge, experiences, and skills in the field of ICT in education for sustainable development. Change making, that means that the network is committed to make all efforts to help teachers act as agents of change for building a sustainable, just world. And giving and sharing, that means that the network is committed to create and strengthen relationships, networking, trust, well-being, and happiness. Both networks share the same goals, that is to create partnerships, bring together new associate members who have the will and capacity to contribute in achieving our vision and mission, to cultivate champions, that means we need to identify and cultivate champions that will function as change makers and build a robust network of supporters to our vision and mission, to share knowledge, that means that we need to build collective knowledge and support each other in acquiring a new skill set and create a culture of knowledge sharing, and also develop capacity building. That means that through capacity building, the network will make a difference in bridging the gap of awareness, attitudes, knowledge, and action. Network activities will include webinars, capacity building, and conferences. Furthermore, we are enriching the network's resources with teaching material and along with tools like the DREAM methodology, the core curriculum development methodology, the care learning design methodology, and the problem-based learning tool. If you wish to learn more about the two networks, you can visit their websites. And of course, I must point out that we are still in the process of building the partnerships, but I am very optimistic that by the end of the year we will have a very rich list. Thank you very much for your attention, and I want to say a big thank you to all of the partners that they are putting a lot of effort in making these partnerships a reality.
I'd like to welcome you all. I'm Bourgoudjianis Marios, and the following presentation is part of the developing doctoral thesis under the supervision of Professor Vasilis Makrakis at the Department of Primary Education at the University of Crete. Today, I'm going to share with you a presentation called The Minoic Path as a Learning Tool, Engaging Life Stories in a Fiction Narrative for Teaching Themes from the Greek Primary School Curricula. Distant or near, the paths created by people and cultures help them to communicate, to evolve, to travel, to develop trade and arts, to leave their mark on the course of history. Among the paths, roads, and routes created by people around the world, an important place is occupied by the Minoan paths, the routes created and used by the Minoans to move along the smaller and larger Minoan settlements on the island of Crete. The path itself covers a distance of 70 kilometers starting from ancient Litos, ends up in the Dictaean cave, the birthplace of Zeus, and the learning material Minos and Ariadne at the Minoan path is developed around it. Historically, the path was used by Minoans and Lycians as a devotional path and as part of the island routes through contemporary Cretans as the main communication route between the Lassithi Plateau and the Kastelli Plain. Through this spiral path, mythological king Minos every 9 years visited the cave of Zeus or Dictaeon Andron to meet his father, Zeus, to dictate his wise commandments and make laws for the people. Our aim is to merge cultural heritage with sustainable tourism, local history, and education for sustainability. The route incorporates mythological and historical extensions, as well as a multitude of cultural, environmental, and educational dimensions. The route was very important over the centuries and particularly crowded as it linked the Lassithi Plateau to the Kastelli Plain. Similarly interesting are the geography, natural, and cultural elements of the surrounding area with ancient Litos and the Dictaean cave and the present villas. Minoan path is quoted by Sir Arthur Evans, who points out that ancient Litos and Dictaeon Andron over the village of Psychro are about 4 hours drive riding a mule. In the same text is mentioned that there is a little doubt that the cave above the village is the Dictaeon Andron of the Lycian traditions. The trail was renovated in the 1900s during the Cretan autonomy, and it was used for many years until it was finally abandoned about in the 1970s with the creation of the island's new road access. Education for sustainability and ICT tools based on the 21st century 6 learning pillars and the 10 C's as critical skills for moving towards a sustainable development path form the framework for the development of sustainable tourism pedagogy in the Minoan path, and also are powerful tools for its transformation towards sustainable justice. The characteristic of the Minoan path and the surrounding area offer the dual role of contacting the study and developing action. The potential of the sustainable tourism in the light of the cultural landscape of the path is presented as the ideal field for achieving the pedagogical, educational, and developmental goals of the study. Education for sustainability offers the path of collaboration with the necessary human resources, such as schools and the local community, will be trained in the conservation of the natural environment and culture with the assistance of a variety of stakeholders. The research tool that this study focuses is the life story interview, in which, with an inductive approach, highlights themes and concepts related to sustainable development. Life stories links the parts that compose the world of the Minoan path, and in addition, micro-historical approaches help the formation of the material that we will disseminate socially hidden, silenced, or forgotten material. On the other hand, it will contribute to the interconnection with general history in ways that they have importance, real-life knowledge, historicity, and topicality, for a pedagogical approach to local history through the perspective of microhistory and education for sustainability. The concepts and themes that emerge from the data processing are considered to be relevant in content and dimension to the sustainable development pillars, and this interconnection becomes apparent in the society pillar through the concepts of relation and use, in the economy pillar with the concept of transaction and use, in the pillar of environment with the concepts of the natural environment, places and use, and in the context of culture through the concept of local history, places and use. The above results was the starting point for the next step of the study, with the theme of tourist activity that gave scope for conceptualizing and implementing sustainable tourism and shaping the framework for the economic dimension, linking culture with economics and entrepreneurship, emancipation, and local community through research into tourism professionals. The results that the tourism professionals interviews, which were representative for the professionals active in the Minoan path area, showed that local knowledge, culture with developmental characteristics, learning about the place and knowledge of new digital tools in a place that is primarily holiday destination, cultural preservation, nature conservation and sustainability, should be at least the first priority. The research both through the life stories and through the interviews with the tourism agents in the study area revealed two categories of cultural content. The first category concerns cultural historical elements that are degraded, but are structural parts of the community and local historicity. The second category includes what we termed in this study as everyday culture, elements of everyday culture, customs, traditions, folklore, but also modern social life. Through the concept that emerged from the data above, there is also a reference to the issue of sustainable justice, with the sixth concept reflecting the justice issues in the four pillars of the sustainable development, as they welcome the holistic view of the Menon Path area, giving value and attention to people and situations that they were not known or received the attention they deserved so far, highlighting the motivation for development through ethos and praxis, but also the development of concepts into knowledge, empowerment, and social practice. The latter can come through forms of sustainable tourism, with the concept being the basis for discussion of developing a code of ethics, but also practice for visiting the path. Through narratives and with an interactive approach to the concept and themes associated with sustainable development, the historical temporal context and its evolution into the present and future is highlighted. In addition, the pedagogical dimension becomes apparent through the various forms of learning and case study of teaching local history based on the sustainable development and its four pillars. The teaching material produced aspires to be an example of good practice in approaching primary school lessons to develop skills through topical issues in a spatial and temporal context with an eye to the future, approaching issues of interest to students, therefore creating a context. A framework of convergence between historical cultural resources in the natural world, in our case the Menon Path, and the adoption of strategies to preserve the cultural landscape through sustainability and education for sustainability, using ICT tools and proposing forms of sustainable tourism as development and protection tool. The development of the material additionally emphasized the ethics and practice of education for sustainability. Due to the importance of justice in dealing with the sustainability crisis, the concept of education for sustainable justice is sometimes used alternatively and sometimes in addition to the material. Users through the learning activities can become creators, producers of materials themselves, with the whole program and activities, with teaching, learning strategies and digital tools can be adapted so the whole material becomes an example to study similar topics from the environment and context from interesting that students and teachers may have. Simply put, in any region, a unit of culture that arouses interest can provide the framework for students to develop a plan of action with locality and temporality. The result can be complex from highlighting local issues and contributing to the preservation of the natural and cultural environment to studying social or sustainability themes. The learning material is based on a fictional narrative which is structured and inspired by long-term research around the path, narratives, life stories, field research with visits to the area of the Menon Path, interviews with tourist agents, etc. The fictional narrative is embedded in a digital environment that alludes to digital and other learning activities. The CARE methodology, developed by Makrakis and Nelikos Makrakis, was the selected method for the creation of student-based learning material. The CARE methodology synthesized the data from the biographical narratives and secondary data into a single framework where sustainability education converged with sustainable tourism, cultural heritage, and local history with the contribution of ICT tools. At the same time, the 10 critical skills for promoting a sustainability path and the 6 pillars for 21st century learning and education, the 17 sustainable development goals and sustainable justice are integrated throughout the program. The CARE learning design conceptualize, activate, reflect, and engage, is a framework that includes 4 processes that work interactively, starting from conceptualizing letter intervention through the activation of the learning processes in the critical reflection and the active participation. In the formulation of the concept, the teacher designs, studies the topic, and sets the framework so that together with the students can they co-create the activities. In the activation, the process, the steps of the activity based on experiential, constructive, and transformative learning, and which are common with age differences are carried out. In the critical reflection, that step is carried out through questions, through brochures, diaries, and records, and rechecking of conceptual maps, and in the formation of concept by the teachers and the students, and in the activation. The active participation of the student, the engagement applies to all of the above, with the aim of making it praxis. The care methodology, together with fiction, a fictional narrative that orchestrates the whole user experience, from the joint initiation introduction extends to experiences, the learning activities, through ICTs, and ends up in the world of students and teachers, asking them what if the path was beside them. But even if it's not, what might be their own paths, their own world where they can develop all that the Minoan path teaches them. What teaches them now and tomorrow, what learning processes, skills, attitudes, values, actions can embed. The purpose of the material is for its users, teachers, and students to get to know the Minoan path through simple concepts that in its thousands of years of existence build the world of the path. Concepts such as water, nature, food, bread, people's jobs, their relationships and their actions, festivals, they develop in time and space, constructing a network of life that is educational, didactic, and learning material. Concepts and units form the primary school curriculum, are taught integrating them alternatively or in combination in the following ways. First, in daily school practice, in school lessons, and second, by the proposed framework of connection with UNESCO's International Days. Third, in the context of implementation with the skill workshop that exists in the Greek national curriculum. It's an action for the protection and promotion of the Minoan path, but it can be used also in similar cultural capitals. Students can choose any of these modules to start and participate in its activities. In these units, children engage with climate change, their local environment, how children can act to protect their environment, their culture, their habitat. Along with the activities that can take place in the classroom, many activities outside the classroom are proposed, which are gradually reported from the local to the national and global level. All modules correspond to relevant Greek curriculum modules. Thank you so much for your attention. Many thanks to Professor Makrakis, and also to all the wonderful students and teachers who are currently working on the program in their classes, and of course to the Minoan Path communities for their participation and work. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Maria Hadjiani, and I'm an assistant professor for the University of West Attica in Athens, Greece. Today I'm going to talk about the study we implemented a few years ago to 2017 at Sydney, Macquarie University in Sydney, with my colleagues, and I hope you find it interesting. I'm going to turn off my camera and start sharing the screen so there are no distractions. So hopefully everything will work properly. Sharing the screen now for my PowerPoint. And so I hope this is working and making the PowerPoint larger so everyone can see. So the topic of the study was teaching history and philosophy of early childhood education with virtual reality. The challenge was to try and convert a very theoretical subject, such as history and philosophy of education, early childhood education more specifically, with something more engaging and more practical, such as the technology that virtual reality is now available for us. My colleagues' names are here: Matt Cabanagh, Michael Rampe, and Gary Falloon. As I said at the beginning, this was a study funded by Macquarie University in Sydney. Their funding was for academics to try and implement innovative technologies in their teaching. So I grabbed the opportunity and tried to do something with virtual reality, which was a challenge for me as an academic, as a teacher, as a higher education teacher as well. So I will explain a little bit about the agreement with the conference's topic, sustainability, and then I will go into details about the study and the findings. So this was a small-scale study which explored the design and how VR can be implemented in an early childhood education course in the university. As I said before, in a theoretical subject, a very heavy theoretical subject with a lot of different theories to be explored. And the name of the subject was History and Philosophy of Early Childhood Education. As a theoretical framework, we based our work on Moore's work on distance education because we found it very relevant to what we were trying to do. And I will expand on this later on. Now, how can virtual reality be connected with this conference and the topic of this conference, which is sustainability and social justice? I believe that all four pillars of sustainable development, economy, environment, society, and culture, could be supported with the use of such technologies, as they offer a very cost-effective approach which can be applied anywhere, anytime. It's environmentally friendly, no paper waste or dangerous emissions for the environment. It's based on social constructivism, has a social constructive pedagogy based on collaboration and teamwork, which will strengthen relationships between students and teachers, and between students and the wider community, society. Will also contribute to the elimination of possible stereotypes and deepening of respect for cultural differences. It should be noted, as I have here in the slide, that this course is comprised mostly of women. So early childhood educators, as 90% of them are women, which sometimes have lower confidence in their technology and STEM skills, and they are a bit hesitant to use new technologies that they haven't tried before. So that was one of the reasons that I wanted my students to experiment and try something new. The aims of the study, mostly the primary aim, was to explore the potential of VR implementation in higher education, whether it has any advantages in enhancing students' engagement, their motivation, their deeper understanding of very abstract and theoretical, philosophical almost knowledge. And the second aim was to enrich the learning experiences students have with virtual reality technology, stimulate their curiosity in exploring, designing, and applying contemporary approaches to education. As I said, these were early childhood teachers, So they are studying to become teachers, and they know throughout their course that they need to use technology as their friend, as their ally in designing their teaching, in programming and planning their teaching. So giving them the right example as students, how they can do that in their own courses, in their own units, it will probably encourage them to do the same when they are taking over their classes. Of course, in early childhood education, we cannot have virtual reality. That was not the aim of the project, to try and convince the teachers, the prospective teachers, to use virtual reality with very young children. But we wanted them to understand the content of the subject in a better way, in a more efficient way, and we think we succeeded that. And we also made a few questions around children and virtual reality, and I will talk about the findings on these, the results on these questions. But I need to explain right from the start that this was not, the aim was not to convince the teachers to use virtual reality with children, with very young children. So the methodology, a few things about the methodology. Macquarie University, an early childhood program, birth to 5 children, 2018. Participants were first semester students, 49 of them, a small course. First semester students who are not very familiar yet with higher education. They don't know exactly what to expect. They are eager to learn, and most of them choose this course because they really want to become early childhood teachers. Instruments: 2 online surveys analyzed with Qualtrics, one before the intervention and one after the intervention, the virtual reality intervention, and some descriptive statistics. We also video recorded their sessions, and we analyzed them based, as I said, on Moore's framework on distance education. Now, ethics approval, of course, was obtained by the University Ethics Committee, and videos were, again, the students were giving their consent in order to do the videos, which were mostly focused on what it was happening on the screen, on the wall, actually, with a VR during the VR session, and not so much on their faces. They were wearing the headsets anyway. Now, these are just two photos just to give you an idea of what was happening. The photo on the right was about the students wearing their headsets. The students were working on this VR exercise, VR lesson in pairs to enhance collaboration and teamwork. So they were working together. They had around 10 to 12 minutes to complete the session. This was taking place in the library of the university in a quiet room. And the person with the orange t-shirt is Matt Cabanang, who was responsible for the technical aspect of the VR implementation. On the left side, you can see almost the end of the VR session, which was to solve a crossword with 12 questions around 2 major educational theories from Jean Piaget and Vygotsky. So the students, they had to actually choose whether they will answer some questions around Piaget or Vygotsky. When they choose one of the two, they started solving, replying to the questions. They could talk to each other, they could collaborate, they could exchange opinions. And then at the end, they had this crossword, this one with this picture with the light blue small squares, where they had again to compare the 2 theories. So they had to collaborate at this stage to be able to find the answer to the crossword. And because they had a specific time frame to do it, they had to do it quickly. So because of the logistics of the whole experience, more students needed to come and do the same thing during the 3-hour session that we had in the library. From the pre-survey analysis, we found that students overall had very little familiarity with virtual reality, only 2 average from 1 to 5 scale. Their confidence with digital technology was medium, 3.5, on a scale of from 1 to 5. Half of the students believe that even from the start that VR can be useful, and most of the students believe that the VR can be useful for young children as well, which is quite interesting. At the post-survey, we found that their reactions were extremely positive. Their overall experience with VR was highly rated, 4+ at a scale of from 1 to 5. It fulfilled their expectations. They found no real problems with playing with VR. For the majority of them, which is again very interesting, it was better than staying in class. They want to have more VR experiences in the future. More findings and some quotes from what they said in their online surveys. It was very useful for their understanding, which was one of the aims of the project as well, to help them understand deeper and more holistically the theories. They mentioned things like, better engagement. They help them remember more things, clarify, and learn more. And some more quotes here about their operation. The fact that they didn't feel threatened, that they didn't feel the fear of saying something wrong. They could make as many mistakes as they could, as they wanted, and as many attempts as they wanted in finding the right answer to the questions. It helped them. The fact that they were 2 of them helped them immensely, and they felt that they had a better understanding at the end. This is the Moore's framework, adapted Moore's framework. Moore suggested years ago to actually have a triadic framework, concentrating only on learner to learner, learner to content, and learner to instructor. We thought that for VR, a more expanded framework could be useful and helpful. So we added a few more circles. So the VR design is certainly a very important dimension of the whole experience with virtual reality. Of course, the content, of course, the instructor, but also the self. So we saw from the videos that the students many times, almost all the time, were talking to themselves. How I do this, how do I do that? Oh, I found it, or I didn't find it. A lot of self-reflective comments, which again are very interesting for further research. And we also added an element around the other learner and the instructor that Moore had in VR, during VR session. This could be real, physical, a real person, or it could be virtual. They can work with someone else from a distance. So this needs to be taken into consideration as well. We found a lot of advantages in using VR, as I said before, promoting digital competence, inclusion, experimentation, exploration, active participation, which I think was one of the elements that students really liked. A deeper understanding, of course, collaboration, familiarization, a better familiarization, and more holistic familiarization with 2 educational theories. The challenges that some of the students mentioned were that some of them struggled when they were wearing glasses to adjust the headset on their head. One of them actually felt dizziness they said. Again, they were wearing glasses. This is something that needs to be taken, explored further to see what the companies which create these headsets can improve in their design. Of course, it was a challenge to manage the time, the limited time we had to finish the session with all the 49. The 49 students were just the students who participated in the project, the ones that gave us consent. But the actual tutorial, the actual virtual reality tutorial was completed with all the students enrolled in the subject, which was around 80. So there was an issue with managing the time, because, as I said, we had limited time to use the space, and we had to actually be very methodical and strict with staying within the time frame that we have arranged for the day. Limitations, a small study, a small sample, of course, no generalizations are permitted. As I said, the time and administration issues had an impact on the design, because we had to also make sure that the design would cover the two educational theories within those 10, 12 minutes. We also thought that the novelty effect might have an impact on the students and how much they liked it. And of course, because it's quite new, and this is getting better, but again, there are budget constraints within universities, especially public universities. So the conclusions were that more research needs to be done in this area. There is rich potential, especially for theoretical units. And this was, again, like I said, a challenge for this study to try, because most research focuses on more laboratory subjects like engineering, chemistry, physics. This was a complete theoretical unit, but it worked really, really well. Thank you very much. These are the references, and you can find them in the paper that I'm going to write for the conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Assalamualaikum and good day everyone. I am Rabiatul Adawiyah Ahmad Rashid. My colleague Muhammad Zohair Ahmad, Maslan Hanafi Basharuddin. We are from University Science Malaysia. Our presentation will be on the development of participatory videos as reflective approach in infusing SDGs in curriculum using ICT as enablers. Our topic will be discussed within this content list: introduction, methodology, key results, and discussion. Let's go to the introduction part. So what is actually participatory video? Production of participatory video is actually a method that was adapted from the participatory learning and action approach, PLA. The reflection activity in PLA should be based on the participants' experiences and should be done as a cycle of activities. Alright, so in the context of this project, PVs are prepared by teachers to share their experience in infusing SDGs in the subject that they teach through the medium of ICT. So throughout the process, teachers reflected on their teaching techniques, skills, and activities. In using the PVs, the messages, reflection, and experiences displayed by teachers become visible and could be used as evidence to the authorities on their effort on SDGs integration. So, how did we do the PVs with the teachers? Here are the methodology. To start off with the project involving in-service teachers, we need to have several discussions with the State Education Department. The purpose of these discussions are to overcome the aspect of bureaucracy at the school administrative level. So there is top-down instruction from the JPN. to ensure commitment from the teachers and also to enable the trainings to be done in school as part of their in-house trainings. Okay, so agreement were reached between the team members and also the JPN, whereby the criteria of teachers who should participate in the project were finalized, the requirement to attend several training sessions and later produce the PV individually by the teachers. By producing the PVs, teachers will be given a certification of attendance together with points for their teacher continuous professional development program. And also, they will become trainers in the in-house training that will be conducted in their respective schools. In the training, 6 topics has been identified to be introduced to the teachers. Topic 1, concepts on the SDGs, ESG, and also sustainable thinking. Topic 2, on the integration of ICTs in the teaching and learning for sustainable development, 10 Cs, learning pillars, and so on. Topic 3, ICT as enablers for SD. In this topic, some hands-on activities has been adopted. For topic 4, there have been some curriculum mapping to ensure that the content of the PV is aligned with the school curriculum. We have to have some characteristics of the PV. This is important to ensure that the PV reach certain standards. These characteristics were also important as guideline for teachers in conducting their in-house training later on. So what are the characteristics? 1, linking the SDGs with specific topic in their syllabus in any subject matter that they are teaching, highlighting the specific SDGs that they would like to integrate into their teaching, highlighting specific UNESCO International Days relating to the topic of their teaching, the elements of 6 Cs or the 6 learning pillars, highlighting the elements of 10 Cs or the 10 learning pillars, and at the end of the PVs, they should give their own reflection about the training and also about the development of the PV. In monitoring the progress of the PV, we have taken certain strategies. Yeah, for the purpose of monitoring, teachers were asked to develop the lesson plan for topics in which they would infuse element of SDGs. Then, the teachers were required to develop a storyboard for the PVs, adopting the implementation of the lesson plan as the content of the PVs. So, to monitor this progress, the researchers team have created Google Classroom platform for teachers to upload both their lesson plan and storyboards. So, comments and input were then provided by the facilitators after revising those documents. So, in developing the PVs, there are several stages that have been designed. The first one is the pre-planning stage. Okay, at this stage, teachers need to choose and decide on the topic that they would showcase in their PVs. To do this, teachers need to explore the SKP or the standardized document on curriculum and assessment to look for content and do some literature review in the aspect of SDGs. Then, the teachers need to relate the topic that they have chosen in the DSKP with relevant sustainability issues associated with the problems faced by the local community. After that, we have the planning stage. In this planning stage, this is actually the most critical step to produce a meaningful PV. Here, teachers need to develop their lesson plan according to the topic that the teachers have identified from the DSKP and the learning outcomes of the lessons. Teachers also have to design their teaching and learning activities, highlighting the elements of 6 Cs and 10 Cs skills. Teachers were given 2 weeks to 2 months to complete their PVs. So throughout the process, monitoring strategies were done with help of the State Education Department. After the planning stage, we have the production stage. The production aspect actually involves editing, giving accreditation, and also the assessment part. The main issue with the editing for the teachers is actually time. They need to do the recording and editing of their PVs within the period of the school term. During this implementation of this research, the pandemic COVID-19 was actually at its peak. So the school environment was facing constant change, shifting frequently from face-to-face to virtual mode, depending on numbers of COVID-19 cases in their schools and localities. This has become a great challenge for the teachers. In terms of technicalities, not many problems have arisen because most of the teachers have been exposed to the ICT and digital tools. In fact, they were also being given trainings, at the earlier stage of the production of the PV. Then we have the dissemination stage. The dissemination of knowledge actually happens when the different layers of training were executed. Trainings from the researchers to the teachers and from the teachers to their colleagues in their respective schools through the in-house training were implemented. Besides, dissemination of knowledge also happened through the content of the PVs produced by the teachers themselves. At the level of GPN or the State Education Department, teachers with best PVs were given acknowledgement and special appreciation. Their PVs were also displayed within the circle of teachers to be learned and exemplified. So with that, I end my presentation. I pass the presentation to my colleague, Dr. Muhammad Zohair Ashari, to discuss about the key results, present the discussion and the conclusion of our project. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum and good day to everyone. Now we come to the key result, discussion and conclusion. There were 4 goals that not chosen by the teachers. That is goal number 5, gender equality. Goal number 6, clean water and sanitation. Goal number 7, affordable and clean energy. And goal number 10, reduce inequality. The key result of teachers' feedback on a reflection about the benefit of workshop, integrating SDGs and using PV. Most of the teachers have given positive feedback. 1, they said that the training had given them the chance to explore new strategies in infusing sustainability. Number 2, integrating SDG and using PV opened the mind of their students regarding sustainability issues happening around them. Number 3, students have become more active and their focus on learning have improved with the use of ICT in the classroom. Number 4, very suitable for students because students can relate the SDG to their daily life at home and in school, except one of the language teachers gave a negative feedback. He said that in the application of SDG in subject of Arabic is not suitable because learning Arabic revolves around 4 basic skills, namely listening, speaking, reading and writing forward, phrases, sentences, and text. And learning Arabic is also limited to aspects of grammar, morphology, and vocabulary. Number 5, TV improve the empowerment, self-learning, and self-confidence of the teachers and enhance their professional development that be used in their classroom. There are also a few teachers express their opinion that the planning, learning, and teaching on SDGs by using ICTs made them feel burdened with time and workload. Feedback on what skills developed through this process. In general, teachers give a good feedback that help them to further develop their skill in moving towards 21st century learning. First, the main skill developed are the critical thinking. Number 2, collaboration skill. Number 3, improve their digital learning skill and explore more deeply the knowledge of ICT to be practiced in school. As a discussion, by adopting the method of PV development in presenting both researcher and teachers' involvement and role in infusing SDGs in classroom using ICT as enabler. Number 1, the importance of SDGs should be widely disseminated. Number 2, both researchers and teachers were directly exposed to the opportunity in reflecting their own practices in infusing SDGs in classroom and acts toward that reflection. Number 3, having the chance to determine the way they think suitable in bringing about transformation they are striving for in infusing SDGs through ICT. Number 4, the production of PVs encourage teachers to work together and help each other on what and how to implement sustainability by using ICT. Then they create effective strategies to infuse SDGs in the classroom. Number 5, offers teachers to express themselves on what they did in their classroom or in school. Number 6, encourage them to be confident in integrating SDG with their subjects. Number 7, show confidence in putting more effort in integrating SDG by using ICT, strengthen their relationship with school community, apply lesson, and express their insight on SDGs. Number 8, the professional development of teachers was improved as well as their quality of teaching. Number 9, the student become more effective and their focus on learning has improved with the use of ICT in classroom. And number 9, two-way communication that happened throughout the process of producing the PVs. Through interactive and integrative approach, participants are allowed to share what do they feel in connectedness, evaluate the action for social and environmental impact, and fulfill the objective of doing PV, that's the integrative thinking, and help others through their comments or suggestion, cooperative enactment. As the conclusion, developing PVs is a new experience to researchers and teachers as the community that participated directly in the project of infusing SDGs in curriculum using ICT as enabler. Number 2, PV should be an effective medium in conveying messages about SDGs, strategies in teaching of the concept of SDGs in classroom, and also in presenting meaningful messages about SDGs to relevant authorities in the sphere of educational field and relevant stakeholders for the betterment of the future generation. Number 3, students become more active and their focus on learning have improved with the usage of ICT by teachers in the classroom. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Trần Thanh Tú. I am a lecturer at the International University, Vietnam National University in Ho Chi Minh City. And today I would like to present about the application of the methods under the ICT enabled in-service training of teachers to address sustainability projects on the course, namely solid waste and hazardous waste management. About the course, this is a computer course with 4 credits, including 3 theories and 1 lab work. And this is taught for the third year students in the 6 semesters. And in each of the semester, it is around 5 to 10 and maximum 15 students. There are several course learning outcomes, including the knowledge, the skills, and also the attitudes, as you can see on the slides. For the course revisions, this slide shows the teaching method being revised, and this is what we have before the revision. By applying the methods, we have mainly the classroom activities. Classroom activities include the lecturer provide lectures and discuss with the students. Besides that, for the lab work, then the student have to conduct some solid waste management and treatment models. And they also have to conduct a teamwork based on the group assignment. But we didn't have much on the self-learning approach. So after the revisions, we have more for the activities in the class. For example, the presentation from each of the students, and also they will have to proceed with the reading homeworks, the materials, the documents they have to find themselves, and they read and they summarize it in front of the class by the presentation. In the meantime, for the assessment method, we also have some improvements, especially before the revision. We didn't have much on the homework for the students, and also we didn't have more focus on the in-class presentation. However, after that, we will add these 2 activities of assessment together with the current one is the lab work, the midterm, and the final exams. So before being revised, the content of the course was not so well organized, especially it's not in detail, especially the parts of readings or presentation for each of the class. But after that, the module for each class is developed precisely to meet the expected outcomes, especially more discussion questions for the in-class activities and also more reading summarizing homeworks, as I mentioned earlier. And now the students are asked to read additional materials, summarize the main content, and also that those content must be related to the topic, and they have to present it in front of the class. And they have to find the materials, the documents by themselves. So it also helped them in looking for appropriate keywords in searching for the documents. And also the student must link with the theory content and to link with their actual situation of solid waste and hazardous waste management in their house and within their communities. And also we try to consider the parts of the project, including the 4 dimensions of sustainability justice, the 6 learning pillars, and also the 10 C's, as you can see here. And on this slide, the black parts are those that currently had before the revisions, and the red ones are the added part or the improved part after we apply the methods into this course. In more specific, we consider more the discussion of the economic justice and the cultural justice besides the environmental justice and the social justice that this course provides. And not only provide the knowledge for the students to learn to know, learn to be, and learn to do. Now the student needs to learn how to live together sustainably, learn to transform oneself and society, and also learn to give and share the knowledge, share the understanding with the community and their families, for example. And in terms of the 10C, additional 4 C's are there, and we also had another 6 C's to be added. Of course, however, there would be more difficulties if we try to include all of these parts into the course, but it helps to cover most of the parts there. And last but not least would be some challenges in the improvement or revision of this course. It means that the student must have more workload for the students, especially if the size of the class is less than 15 students. So they have to summarize more topics for each of them. But if it is 15 or more than 15 students, then they can share the topic and even they can form a group. And for the lecturer, the challenges is the lecturer has to spend more time in designing the assignments, providing the homework, and also evaluating students' submissions. and providing the feedbacks for them. So basically we provide the feedbacks via the submission page, the Blackboard in our university, and also I provide the feedback in the class, the next class that we had. And also last but not least is our main concern after the course is whether the students continues to practice the solid waste management or not at home or within their community, and whether the students feel engaged toward the community through the reflections of this knowledge and awareness into their activities in order to tackle the social and societal cause. So those are the concern and also the improved part in this course. We try to apply the methods here, and thank you very much for your attention. If you have any comments, questions, please come up with your comments and I will try to provide feedback. Thank you very much.
Từ xưa, Chợ Lách đã nổi tiếng là vương quốc trái cây với nhiều loại đặc sản như sầu riêng, măng cụt, chôm chôm, và nơi đây cũng là một trung tâm cây giống hoa kiển mang tầm vóc quốc gia. Được thiên nhiên ưu đãi, Chợ Lách được phù sa của hai con sông Cổ Chiên và sông Hàm Luông bồi đắp. Với khí hậu ôn hòa cùng hệ thống sông ngòi chằng chịt, Chợ Lách đã trở thành một vùng đất lý tưởng cho cây trái, hoa kiển sinh sôi và phát triển. Nghề cây giống hoa kiển của Chợ Lách có từ cuối thế kỷ 18, ban đầu xuất phát từ địa bàn xã Vĩnh Thành, dần lan rộng đến các xã lân cận như Vĩnh Hòa, Phú Sơn, Long Thới và trở nên nổi tiếng như ngày nay. Phát huy tiềm năng, thế mạnh địa phương, Chợ Lách đã triển khai thực hiện hiệu quả các nội dung phát triển sản phẩm du lịch nông thôn với nhiều loại hình phong phú, đề án chương trình mỗi xã một sản phẩm và đặc biệt là đề án làng văn hóa du lịch Chợ Lách đã thu hút hàng chục nghìn lượt khách du lịch đến với địa phương và con số này không ngừng tăng lên hàng năm. Xây dựng làng văn hóa du lịch là một chủ trương lớn, hướng đến gắn kết giữa du lịch và nông nghiệp địa phương, đặc biệt là phát triển các làng nghề cây giống, hoa kiển, các giá trị văn hóa. Việc xây dựng làng văn hóa du lịch có ảnh hưởng sâu sắc đến đời sống của người dân địa phương, góp phần phát triển kinh tế, xã hội, nâng cao đời sống người dân cả về vật chất lẫn tinh thần. Do đó, người dân sẵn sàng góp công sức xây dựng cảnh quan, tham gia tổ chức các hoạt động trải nghiệm về sản xuất cây giống, hoa kiển và bày tỏ mong muốn tham gia các dịch vụ kinh doanh ăn uống, trải nghiệm cho du khách.
Nữa 11 biết sao?
Cái du lịch là vô đâu cũng có chỗ.
Tôi ốc tính làm cái nhà tiền chế, hai mái nè, ve ra đặng nếu mình có làm ngon mình đóng thùng rồi nó có cái nền xi măng rồi.
Xây dựng làng văn hóa du lịch tại địa phương sẽ góp phần thu hút thêm một lượng lớn khách du lịch đến với các làng nghề truyền thống. Các sản phẩm cây giống, hoa kiển của người dân sẽ có cơ hội được biết đến nhiều hơn đối với du khách cả trong và ngoài nước.
Mỗi làng văn hóa du lịch thì nhiều người biết tới cây kiển của quê mình dễ giao lưu hơn. Nói chung du lịch thì nó mua cũng không nhiều mà chủ yếu là gì nó quảng bá. Ví dụ ông này ông đi tới du lịch ông coi là chuyện đó ông nói với con cháu ông mua thêm tại chỗ đó ngon hay là khu vực đó ngon gì đó.
Sản phẩm đặc thù của du lịch địa phương đến từ cây giống, hoa kiển. Do đó, phát triển các làng nghề sản xuất cây giống, hoa kiển sẽ có vai trò lớn trong việc xây dựng thành công làng văn hóa du lịch. Làng văn hóa du lịch Chợ Lách được xây dựng và phát triển sẽ góp phần phục hồi và phát triển các giá trị văn hóa truyền thống bản địa, tạo ra tài nguyên du lịch phục vụ nhu cầu nghiên cứu, tìm hiểu, tham quan của du khách, tạo ra cơ hội để giao lưu văn hóa giữa các địa phương, là nhân tố quan trọng giúp bảo tồn và phát huy các giá trị văn hóa truyền thống. Bên cạnh đó, việc khai thác thế mạnh về tự nhiên gắn với phát triển sản phẩm đặc thù của địa phương là cây giống, hoa kiển sẽ mang lại lợi ích về kinh tế và giúp bảo vệ tài nguyên thiên nhiên, nâng cao chất lượng cuộc sống của người dân.
Tôi sẽ tìm vào những giống cây mới để cây đẹp và chất lượng hơn.
Muốn có một cái làng nghề cây giống phát triển lâu dài, chúng ta cần phải làm ra một cái sản phẩm thiệt là chất lượng, và bên cạnh đó chúng ta phải biết bảo vệ môi trường.
Cần phải có sự thích nghi, thích ứng kịp thời với những thay đổi của thị trường, những biến động xã hội thì du lịch mới có thể tồn tại và phát triển. Để phát triển bền vững làng nghề gắn với du lịch tại địa phương, cần phải phát huy các giá trị văn hóa sẵn có, tài nguyên tự nhiên địa phương, phát triển các làng nghề kết hợp sản xuất với bảo vệ môi trường, tận dụng các nguyên liệu từ tự nhiên, xây dựng môi trường du lịch an toàn, thân thiện không chỉ với du khách mà với cả môi trường. Khuyến khích phát triển nhiều loại hình du lịch đa dạng, độc đáo và chất lượng, phát triển các sản phẩm dịch vụ phong phú, các dịch vụ trải nghiệm hoạt động sản xuất cây giống hoa kiển. Ngoài ra, cũng cần có những cơ chế chính sách tạo điều kiện hỗ trợ cho người dân tham gia sản xuất hàng hóa và làm du lịch. Xây dựng làng văn hóa du lịch là một mục tiêu quan trọng của huyện. Thực hiện thành công đề án lớn này có ý nghĩa quan trọng trong phát triển kinh tế, xã hội của địa phương, tạo điều kiện cho người dân được hưởng lợi từ phát triển cơ sở hạ tầng xã hội, góp phần tiêu thụ sản phẩm hàng hóa và giới thiệu quảng bá rộng rãi hình ảnh đất và người Chợ Lách đến với du khách gần xa.
Chợ Lách yêu thương, sông nước mơ sương trong nắng chiều vương, ai về quên mất lối. Đêm chập chờn nhớ thương người em gái, nhớ cái mờn nhớ dáng em gầy, mong nho xa dần.
Okay, this was the last presentation for this session, so I think we have enough time to answer questions. I can see a hand from the C panel. Please go ahead. So if we have any questions, we saw some very interesting presentations from different parts of the world, from north to south. I don't see any questions coming in. Hello, Professor Makrakis.
Hello, Maria. How are you?
Good, good. How are you?
So I don't have really questions, but I have to thank all those you have presented. These very interesting presentations from various fields. It was a diversification, I would say, of the presentations, and this makes our conference more, fruitful and enlightened. So sometimes we have to fill in with certain papers which are not presented before. That's why we have delayed and prolonged this session with many presentations. I think that's most of the participants here are a bit tired. But if somebody has questions, I welcome.
Of course.
Yeah.
Turn on your microphone.
Please open. Please open your microphone.
So we have some problems with connectivity due to extreme weather conditions.
Okay, you can speak.
We can hear you now.
Okay, shall I start? Hello, Professor Makarakis. It's nice to meet you all in such academic event. I am Professor Muhammad Farag Badawi. It's not a question. I'd like to highlight one of the key issues presented in Professor Safa Afif's paper, which is cultural identity. As we all know that most of the refugees or the guests in Egypt share us the same culture, the same language. So their culture identity, there is no big or deep cracks in their cultural identity, in fact. But sometimes some pressures, economical pressures and sometimes social pressures cause them feel don't feel relaxed or relief, especially about their future. Will they remain refugees or they will be back? And after getting back to their home, what are the ways to accommodate or to adjust themselves to their host, to their home country? All these issues and more under the supervision of Professor Makarakis and the other team member, we could collect or assess the needs of refugees and the teachers of refugees. And we successfully, thanks to God, we formulate all these needs in courses, especially in the diploma of the refugees, well-directed courses which will be good remedy for such cracks. The results that though the refugees suffer from culture identity pressure, which is future anxiety, this doesn't affect their academic engagement. And this is a positive indicator. Their inclusion in the Egyptian society is to somewhat successful or goes with minimum level of pressures. Thanks a lot, and I'd like to re-thank Professor Vasilis for arranging this academic event. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just to make a comment on it, I think that the issue of cultural identity is very important. And although those who come to Egypt and other Arab countries as refugees or as displaced people, although they share common cultural heritages, at the same time, there are also many differences. For example, as I know in Egypt, many parents from Syrian community, they are not so eager to send their own kids in the public schools, and they prefer the community schools because they think that there are cultural differences, although they belong to the same ethnicity. So from one side, it's the policy perspective that Egypt considers all these people that they are not so-called refugees because they share same culture, same language. Besides the differences, they accept them, you know, as equals in the public system and in the work environments. In principle, I would say, but at the same time, there are certain issues concerning their own integration in the public school system. That's why, I mean, this project has raised, I mean, this issue. And I think that most of those who come in Egypt as refugees, according to our own perception, they are going there to stay. Because it's very difficult, I mean, to after many years to go back to their own countries, while in Europe it's a similar situation, and sometimes there is a mixture of the refugee principle and the economic principle. So in any ways, the refugee crisis is a challenge for both the Europe and also the North African countries and Egypt, since it's our own, target country for these projects. And another issue which is very important is to show that we have also training for non-qualified refugee teachers. It's not only the diploma course, which has been accredited in one of our partner universities, which gives access to refugee teachers, whether Syrians or from other countries. But at the same time, the great majority of those who serve in the community schools are not qualified. They are educated, but they come from different subjects, which means that they have no teaching profession as a background, which of course is one criterion that they are not accepted in the official system of higher education as to attend the diploma course. So both groups are very important. It's very important to give knowledge and skills to those who are not qualified in terms of the teaching backgrounds, because they play a very significant role for educating Syrian and other children from other refugee or also migrant backgrounds. So I think that this project has contributed to this effect. Thank you. Maria, it's your word now.
Yes, I can't see any questions. I don't know whether there are any questions on YouTube or somewhere else. So I know.
I think there are no further questions or comments.
Yeah. So I think, yeah, all the presentations were really interesting. The ones from Egypt, the ones from yours, from Cyprus, the Finnish one with the Luma lab gave me a lot of ideas too of what we can do here in Greece. And I think in Greece we still have a lot of work to do, especially in refugees and migrant teaching. So anyway, I don't have anything else to say. I'm not sure whether anyone else has any comments, or we can close the session and go to, you can have a break, your lunch break.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you, Maria, for sharing the session. And thank you all. So now it's time for the lunch break. And then we'll come back for the afternoon session. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.